So welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. A number. What number is it? Anyone? I have no idea. You think I would know, considering I'm the one that makes the recordings. Okay, it's number 1609. So Let Me Bore You to Sleep. It's Monday the 11th of May 2026, and it was cold this morning. It's nice now, but it was cold, proper cold. When I took him out to the park, I had my coat on, and I wish I had my hat on, and even gloves potentially, because it was cold and it was windy. I mean, the windiness made it colder, or seemed colder, but it was chilly. And I got up quite early this morning and I put the heating on because it was cold. It was really not even a kind of like coolness cold. It was just, it felt to me, and I was saying this to one of the dog walkers, although they were walking away very quickly, I said, it feels more like November. It's kind of like a November temperature. Now, I think maybe after that conversation, perhaps I should have at least said hello to them first before starting talking about the weather. But I just forget who I know and who I don't know, and there's a few people that avoid me. I like to think it's because they've got large dogs and Vinnie barks at their dogs. It could be other reasons, I don't know. Just in the same way, I kind of, if I was, like today, I turned a corner and there was a woman with two massive black dogs, and Vinnie barks at them every single time. Luckily, they're friendly dogs. I mean, she wouldn't even be able to hold one of them if it wanted to get to us. Neither would the man that takes them either. I mean, usually it's two of them, one has one has the other. The dogs are too big for pretty much, I can't imagine as many humans would be able to hold one of them back with a lead, because they're huge. I mean huge. Massive. So I just turned around and walked back the other way, which is good because Vinny needed to do a poo, and we happened to move into an area that he likes to poo. So he did a poo there, and I saw that the dogs had moved further away, and so we went back, turned the corner, and it was starting to rain, and I really thought it's going to rain, but it didn't rain. But there was a few little bits of rain, a bit of water, a bit of, when I was a kid we used to call it, it's spitting, which is a weird thing to say, really, isn't it? But it didn't rain though. I mean, it might have rained once I got home, but because I didn't spend the whole morning looking out of the window. Although I have got the curtains drawn, but my trousers are hanging from the rail of the window, the curtain rail, airing off, so probably blocks a fair bit of light. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pairs of tracksuit bottoms, all dark blue, and I'm wearing a pair as well. I think I got another pair. I don't know. It might only have 7 pairs. I think I might have got 8 pairs though. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hanging up. I think people think that I wear the same things every day, but the reality is they're probably not giving me any attention whatsoever when I'm wearing clothes. So, I mean, it'd be, how sad would that be if they were at home eating dinner in the evening with their family and saying, oh, that bloke, Vinny's dad, he seems to wear the same tracksuit bottoms every day. Every day. When actually I wear one pair, and then the next day I wear another pair. Then the next day, I won't go for all 7 pairs, but you know, each day a new pair. Sometimes more, depending on how far the toilet's away is it? No, I'll stop that. So if I get wet, if I get soaked, you know, from the rain, of course, the rain, I'll change them. I do have 2 pairs of tracksuit bottoms that are my best ones. You know, like I don't wear them, I only wear them when I go out, as in like on a bus or a train, or have to go into town or something like that, which is rare. I got them last summer. It was actually during a period of visiting Uncle's Sausages. I remember I was coming back and I knew I needed to get some tracksuit bottoms because I didn't like the ones I was wearing because I was in public and I just looked scruffy. Which generally doesn't bother me if I'm in the park because they're my dog walking trousers. Also, probably I think half the pairs have got holes in them where Vinny's been, you know, biting at my ankles. And a few stains. I'm not really sure where some of the stains come from. I think one is from when I was cleaning the toilet and it's got like bright orange stains from the bleach. Is it bright orange? Bright yellow? Something like that. Did I say only listen where you could safely close your eyes? Also, to let you know that I have a website called jasonnewland.com where all my recordings are uploaded automatically for you to stream. I do 6 versions of each recording, 3 without music, 3 with music. Short, long and overnight. The short ones are basically the length of the recording, whether it's 20 minutes or 2 hours, that's what I class as short, and then long is about 5 hours, overnight about between 8 and 10 hours. I mean, technically, I don't really do short Let Me Bore You to Sleep recordings. It's a very rarity when I do under an hour. I mean, it's practically never these days. Usually at least an hour and a half, at least. Sometimes more. Oh, why am I yawning so much? So the time is 6 minutes to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Perhaps I'm needing my afternoon nap, maybe. So what else? I've got a YouTube channel which you can visit. Just put in my name, Jason Newland. Again, all my latest recordings are uploaded as podcasts onto my YouTube channel, so you can listen to the recordings as videos. I also share my videos or my recordings onto TikTok, X and Instagram as well. And whenever I do a new recording, I'd like to let everyone know on my Facebook pages, included my Facebook group, which is called Jason Newland's Boring Group. And no one's joined that for ages. Why? So So yeah, that's it really. This week I got one major thing, well, two major things to do. Not major, but two things that are kind of prominent this week is collecting my glasses eventually, and also going to the dentist and having a tooth removed and 2 fillings, all in the same day. Yay! So that'll be done, and then the weekend, I'm going to talk about the boxing very briefly. I know, just as a brief discussion before I get on with I'm hearing a little tune coming. What could it be? What could it be? It's Monday's Boring Objects. Monday's Boring Objects. Monday's Boring Objects. Monday's Boring Objects. Okay, that wasn't as good as I thought it would be in my head. I mean, I gave it at least 3 seconds thought before doing it. Well, maybe 2. Oh well, anyway, it's Monday's Sleepy Boring Objects today, as it's Monday. I haven't done one for a little while, and I am going to be discussing rooms that I have lived in. Rooms. And I might have talked about this before. I've talked about it, but I don't know if I've actually done an actual recording specifically focusing on that particular topic. But I am today. And don't worry, I'm not going to get so caught up in the boxing that I'll forget. I might. I mean, there's a chance, but just briefly, I watched the boxing at the weekend. Really good. The whole bill was good. And there was a surprise early on where a fighter was basically fighting a 2-time world champion. A British fighter was fighting a Cuban double world champion who's really like one of the top fighters, and he won against him. So that was really exciting actually, because I've seen the other bloke fight, and he lost to David Benavidez, which is no shame because David Benavidez is one of the top pound for pound, and just to see an underdog, I think to say underdog is an understatement, to be fair. And he came through and he, in fantastic fashion, won. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And then the main fight, Fabio Wardley against Daniel Dubois. If you haven't seen it and you don't know what the result is, and you don't want to know what the result is, then you better turn this off, because I'm going to talk about it. It has been a few days. I mean, Saturday? It's been 2 days since it was on. So Fabio Wardley, or Daniel Dubois, won. It was a stoppage. He won in, I think it was a 10th or 11th round. It was a mess. It wasn't, I mean, it was an exciting fight, but it was brutal. It was a hard watch, actually. Especially, possibly not for people that, I think for some boxing fans that it is brilliant. And maybe in some non-boxing fans it was brilliant. But because I'm a really big fan of Fabio, I'm also a pretty big fan of Daniel as well. And I don't like to see the boxers getting hurt. And Fabio was getting hurt. Physically, anyway. He's almost indestructible, that man. And the referee stopped it. And I don't like seeing people that I'm a big fan of getting injured. And he was getting injured. There's no two ways about it. He couldn't see out of one eye. He couldn't done. He was just, everything was kind of, I mean, it wasn't as bad as it looked. Because I got a friend who said, "Oh, there's so much blood. His nose was gone." And I said, "Yeah, well, that's happened before. His nose used to go nearly every time he fought in the beginning of his career, and it'd be claret everywhere, and it looked way worse." And he would say himself, "It looks worse than what it is. It's just an old injury that opens up." And the thing is, he'd never faced a heavier puncher than Daniel before. I mean, Daniel's just really heavy-handed. So, I mean, he was definitely bashed up, but it looked worse from the nose perspective. But I don't know what's going to happen to him. This part of me thinks that he could come back, because he's got a rematch clause in the contract. So if Fabio wants to ignite that, then Dubois has to fight him or relinquish the belt, basically, or retire. He has to fight him. He's got no choice. But it doesn't have to be. I mean, it doesn't have to be now. It doesn't have to be Daniel Dubois' next fight either, because I think Fabio's going to have to. He's going to take him a few months to recover from this, and probably Daniel as well, to be fair, because he was also hit. But I'm going to say something very controversial now. No, I'm not. I was going to say, they got their own ambulances. No, I'm not going to say. I'm going to say something controversial. It's not really. I'm thinking that Dubois might get tested positive for a enhancement that's not allowed in the sport of boxing. Because he didn't look like he almost didn't even break a sweat. He didn't look tired at the end of the 10 rounds or 11 rounds, to me. And he was so calm at the end of it. He just didn't look like he'd. And he had been through a war. He got punched plenty as well. I don't know. And also his aggression before, because normally he's fairly calm before a fight, but he was quite aggressive before this fight. So I'm wondering if he might not have known about it, someone might have slipped it, he might have eaten some meat that was contaminated, as Canelo did apparently. But if that is the case, then Daniel will lose the world title and it'll be handed back to Fabio Wardley. I think that's what would happen. That's what happened to Devin Haney when what's his name? When Devin Haney was knocked down about 3 times, completely beaten up, lost his world title, and then found out that the other bloke, I think his name's gone out of my head at the moment, had tested positive. Devin Haney got his world title back, and the loss was scrubbed off of his record. So that knockout never existed. It was completely forgotten. So that would happen with Fabio. So I'm predicting the future here, which I don't normally do. The last time I predicted the future, when it came to boxing. Okay, I sometimes do predict the future with But I think the last time I felt quite certain about something, and I don't know why, but was when Bivol and Canelo fought. And this is quite a few years ago. Probably 2021, 2022. And I had a real feeling, and there's no reason to feel this, really, bearing in mind that Canelo hadn't lost a fight in, 15 years or something, and only ever lost once, and that was to Mayweather when he was about 22, and now he was 20 or something, and now he's like 33, when he was fighting Bivol. And he'd gone through different weight classes, beating everybody, including going up to light heavyweight and knocking out the light heavyweight champion. And now he's going back to light heavyweight to beat Bivol. And I was watching the build-up to the fight, the press conferences and the stare-downs, and I fancied Bivol to win. I mean, I was pretty certain it wasn't going to be by knockout. I'll be very surprised if Canelo ever gets knocked out. But I fancied him to win. He had a look in his eyes where it's almost like he wasn't there to have fun. He really, I don't know how to explain it, but he didn't smile once throughout the whole thing. I didn't expect him to be standing there juggling and telling jokes, but, squirting water out of a flower. But wearing clown shoes, I didn't expect that. I'm not in the ring, but, in the build-up. There was something, there was a look in his eyes that I thought, he's going to win. And I had seen Bivol in action a couple of times. And he was unbeaten, and he'd held the world title for a few years, and I don't know. And I really thought this would be worth putting some money on, because the odds were pretty good. I think it was 6-1, something like that, or 7-1. Like, no one thought that Bivol was going to win against Canelo. But I felt it, and I was right. But I didn't put any money on it because, I'm not a gambler. I don't really know how to do that. I know you've got gambling apps and places like that, but I've never done it. You know what I mean? I've not really done much in the way of gambling, but wish I had on that occasion. And I've got that same feeling about Daniel Dubois. And it's not even a case I'm thinking that he did anything. It might be an accident, It might have been he went for had something to eat, and they happened to have injected it, or it happened to have some kind of chemicals in it that gave him more energy and made him more aggressive. I don't know. I hope not. For him, for his sake. It would be good for Fabio. But in the same way, it just shows you how dangerous that stuff is. Because Daniel got off the floor twice. He's never done that before. Every time that he's been knocked down, he looks at the corner, his own corner, like not knowing what to do next. This time he got knocked down twice and he got up. He still looked at his corner, but he seemed to just get on with it. And nothing, he did get shook. Daniel got shook, and he was probably about 30 seconds from it getting stopped, I would say. But he was saved by the bell in one round, where Fabio was really going at him. I think Fabio would have stopped him, but the bell, you know, what do they say? It's hearsay. But does anyone remember Hearsay? It used to be a band in the UK long before X Factor or Pop Idol. Or you still have Pop Idol? Do people have Pop Idol in America? Now, Pop Idol started in the UK. And some people might not know this, the origins of it. Pop Idol. It started in 2001, sorry. Oh, Pop Idol. So what do you have in America then? I thought you had Pop Idol in America. So we had Pop Idol at 2 seasons, and Simon Cowell. It's the first time anyone had really seen Simon Cowell on TV. The show has become an international TV franchise, spawning multiple Idol series. American Idol, Australian Idol. Had to remove the word pop for some reason. That's Finny. Make a bit more noise, please, Finn. Thanks. Blimey. That's a thirsty little puppy, isn't it? Right, Series 1. So, Pop Idol Series 1. Oh, okay. So basically, after that it was Pop Stars. And it had... There was two... Basically trying to find bands. And it ended up with... Hearsay. And... What was the other band? Hearsay... And there was another one. Oh, what's this? This is Series 1. Contestants. Series 1 and Series 2. Michelle McManus won it. She was the winner. Oh, yeah. That's a long time ago. So there was two of them, and then you had American Idol still going. They didn't do any UK Idols after that. It just went on to the X Factor. Other than they did the Pop Star. What do they call it? Pop Idol, the Big Band album. The Big Band. Oh, I can't remember. How can I can't remember everything? Anyway, so what I thought I'd talk about my rooms. So I'm just going to talk about my rooms from leaving school. So when I left school, initially I was living at home with the family, and then the family disintegrated, and I went and lived with my first stepmum in her mother's flat, 2-bedroom flat. So I was sleeping on a camper bed in the living room. So that's not my room, but it was somewhere I lived for a while. from probably May, June until about March 1987. So from 86 to 87. So I was 15. And then when I was 16, I moved into a flat above the chip shop. So I've talked about that quite a lot over the years. So technically that wasn't a room, but it was somewhere I lived. I had a bedroom, a living room, kitchen, bathroom. Bathroom I had to share with the public when the shop was open downstairs, and with the staff. It's probably the cleanest bathroom I've ever had, because I had to keep it clean, just because otherwise it'd be embarrassing. The other thing is, when I moved out of there, I stayed with my dad for a short time. So I stayed in his spare room, which I did 3 times actually as an adult, each time for like a short period. I mean, technically I should have been there to start with, in a sense. I mean, he asked me to move in when I was above the chip shop. And here's the thing, like when the family disintegrated, I didn't want to move out. I had my bedroom. I had all my stuff. But at the same time, I wanted to be with my mum. But at the same time, I didn't want to be with anyone. You know, I was 15. I just wanted to be left alone. I'd already started working in the chip shop part-time. This was new for me, had my own money for the first time. And, you know, it was all, I suppose, quite exciting, I suppose, new and everything. Not being told what to do by teachers and everything like that. And although they used to avoid me most of the time, I think. Although there was one occasion, it was literally the week that I was leaving school forever. And the French teacher, who was the deputy head, well known for being a disciplinary person, he liked to do the discipline stuff for the headmaster, who was a lot more relaxed and cooler than he was. Anyway, he got right in my face shouting because of something, I don't know, something I'd done. I don't know, I set fire to one of the classrooms or something, just something trivial. And he's right in my face. And then I remembered, because I was so used to being in like classroom child at school mode and having to pretend to show respect to the teachers. And it dawned on me while I was looking at the inside of his mouth, because it was like proper wide. I mean, let's face it, not once has he ever been told by the dentist, can you open your mouth wider? Because it was like a tunnel, like a train could go through it, honestly. And he was going, nah. I mean, I'm sure he wasn't going meow, 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 but that's what I was hearing. And he was going red in the face, and he was so angry. Just had a lovely welcome interruption, ever so welcome, by Mr. Vinny with his lovely high-pitched barking, because there was someone outside in the hallway. And I thought, okay, instead of opening the door and letting him run to the front door and bark even more, I look at the camera. There was no one there. So I went back into history, and there had been someone there, but they were delivering something to the flat opposite me. How he can hear that, I've no idea. He can't hear it so much when the TV's on, but I don't have the TV on when I'm making these recordings. Otherwise it'd be, well, I don't know, it'd be a bit strange, wouldn't it? So he's calmed down, and I said, and he came up to me, and because I'm saying shush, 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 because the witch's dog starts as well, and then another dog bark, and it's like, you know, it just starts the whole neighbourhood's dogs barking, which is ironic because, don't you think, he doesn't bark at any of the other dogs now. He doesn't care. He's not bothered. If there's like a big, it sounds like a dog fight. So if there's like multiple dogs all screaming at each other, he does bark. He gets involved. You know, and it's not his fault. He's excited probably. He's probably shouting, "Do you need help? I'll try and get my dad to let me out so I can come and help you." So I don't know, but generally, I mean, they all know each other by bark, don't they? So I don't know if they say, "Right, that one, the witch's one." I don't know if that's just like shouting like, "You all right, Vin? How you doing, mate?" "Yeah, I'm all right. He won't let me out. I'm stuck in one room." Just because, I don't know why. That's not fair, is it? It's not. But he doesn't give all the information away, though, does he? Doesn't tell the witch's dog, but actually the reason why is because if I'm in the bedroom or I'm in the hallway, I will bark at every single sound, every squeak of a door in the building, every bit of wind, every time someone rattles a window, every time a squirrel farts in the tree. Doesn't tell him that, do you, Vinny? No. So he has to stay with me. I wish I could just, I mean, ideally, I wouldn't even have any doors. Yeah, I know you gotta have doors, but like he could just come and go as he pleases. But I can't let him do that. Because as soon as I open that door here in the living room, he will go into the bedroom, plonk himself onto the bed and go to sleep. That's his favourite place. And he's calm and everything until he isn't. In here, you know, he'll sleep on the settee. Usually if I'm at the desk, he's doing something. He's playing around with his toys or with a bone, or he'd be cleaning himself, or he'd be laying at my feet and go to sleep. And then when I'm on the settee, it'll curl up next to me and cuddle up next to me. So he's fine, but just it's not like I'm sticking him in a room on his own. Apart from if I make a hypnosis recording and he's awake, I might put him in the bedroom while I do that. But at the moment, I've come to realise that I can only make hypnosis recordings early hours or late at night. Late at night, I'm too tired because I take my tablets, my medication, and I'm ready for bed. Once I take the medication, you know, so I take them before I have my dinner. Could be 6, 7, whatever. I'm ready for bed. I don't go to bed at 8, but I'm usually in bed by 9 now. Maybe 8:30. And then I wake up. And the first thing I do, if I'm awake enough, that is, I will make a recording. Now today, I did 2 recordings. Not one after another, but I did one, had my breakfast, and then had a little listen to some music for about an hour and just relaxed. I might have fallen asleep, probably did actually. And then I made another recording. So the first recording I made was called Recognizing Emotional Manipulation, and it's part of my Breaking Free from Control and Manipulation podcast. So it's a new podcast that I started last week. There's an actual whole podcast that you can go on to, but that's the second one. It looks like I'm probably going to do one a week. And I did a sleep hypnosis recording as well called The Corridors Where Thoughts Fall Asleep. So, I actually feel good having done something today, because I did nothing yesterday. I did do a Q&A Friday on Saturday. It was late, but I had no questions on Friday, so I posted again on my Jason Newland's boring group. If you've got some questions, I will do a Q&A Friday. And I got some questions, and I did. And it was kind of weird, not weird, but it amused me a little bit, because one of the questions was, what are your not pervs, what's the right word? Basically, what things annoy you? What things annoy me? What's the word that was used? I can't, it's gone out of my head. It's gone right out of my head. Pervs, not pervs, turvs, swerves. What? Oh, pet peeves, that's it. I know it's what peeves, pervs, a similar word. I had no idea there was so many in my brain. They just started falling out of my mouth. And I thought, wow. It was like a magic trick. You know when they pull the scarf out of their mouth and it's just different colours and it's going, it was like that a little bit. But just things that annoyed me. And I thought, wow, I'm probably a proper grumpy old git I am at times. So, where was I? I stayed at my dad's flat. So basically, when I lived at my stepmom's or my step-grandmother's flat, I realised that wasn't a very good idea, because I was in a living room, I was in the way, and it wasn't one of those things where, I did say to my step-gran, I'm a little bit concerned that I'm kind of in the way here, and she said, let me confirm it for you. You're in the way. And she used to come in. She didn't want me there, really, but understandably, not in a horrible way. She was used to living on her own, and suddenly she had her daughter back and two kids, one grown-up kid and one 8-year-old. Her peace and quiet was gone. So, we fell out, never spoke to each other again after me living there. But then, to be fair, I didn't really have any contact with her daughter either, so my stepmum, so that's just the way it was. But I moved out of there after a couple of weeks, and I went back to my dad's, not like the proper house, because he stayed there with my oldest brother. And it was so cold. So it must have been, I must have stayed there I must have gone back in kind of September time, maybe after, I don't know when, anyway, whatever month it was so cold. And the house was cold anyway, but my dad refused to put the heating on. There was no food, nothing. Like, it was just, I could have got by. I could have gone to my nan and granddad. My nan would have looked after me. She would have fed me. I would have been all right. And I worked in a chip shop, so I did have some food coming in. But it was just, I don't know. There was no comfort. There was no comfort anymore. there's no one there. It was just my dad and my brother, and my dad was out at work. My oldest brother was just in his room anyway. I didn't see him. And it was almost like there was no niceness left in the house, or I don't know. I mean that in a bad way. That sounds bad, doesn't it? I mean, just there was no joviality, no lightness, no happiness, which is understandable. But yeah, I miss my mum, my mummy. I was a mummy's boy, even though she wasn't my actual mummy. I was a mummy's boy from the second I met her. I fell in love with her, and never ever loved anyone the way I loved her in my entire life, and that includes my nan. There's a different, it's just, even though my nan was my nan biologically, and I was very, very close to my nan, but I clung on to my stepmom, my first stepmom, like a monkey, an abandoned monkey baby clings on to anything, pretty much. I was like a little monkey clinging on for dear life. Even though I was, nearly 7 years old, it was almost like she was my lifesaver, and the first female to want to hug me. I can't remember the first human being, the last human being that actually I had physical contact with. So it was like she was hugging me. I used to ride on my dad's neck, and she'd giddy up and stuff. And I remember my dad, when he eventually said to me, because he'd been in a car accident, so he had a really bad neck from that, and he said, "I can't do it anymore." I said, "Why not?" It's going to be me saying that because you're 35, don't you? It's going to be that's going to be the line. Okay, fair enough. You're 42 years old, Jason. But I was so little, and I was the baby for a year, and then they had another baby. They went and gone. Why did they want another baby? And I realised 45 years later I should be over it, but why? What was wrong with me? So yeah, that's it. I was really attached to her, and I'm not saying she was the first person I ever got attached to, because I may well have been very attached to my biological mother. I don't know. There's no way of knowing. I also had a foster mother for about a year and a half when I was a baby, so I'm pretty sure I was very attached to her as well. And maybe I was really attached to my biological mother for the first 6 months of my life as well. So I don't know. And probably my dad. But what's weird is like that instant, like, I gave it everything. Like, I made myself vulnerable, which was very hard, I can't even do that now. But I made myself, even though I was a little kid and I didn't realise what I was doing, basically I was just saying to her, I'm yours. I'm your child, you're my mum, that's it. Nothing else that happens in the past can change that. You're my mum, and that's how I thought about it. It was never stepmum to me. In fact, I used to get, if anyone said stepmum, I used to get angry at people if they did that, because some people are a bit weird like that. They have to say stuff like that, don't they? Oh, I saw your stepmum the other day. It's like, this is when I'm like 13, 14. She's my mum. Or I saw your stepbrother. It's like, yeah, okay, officially he is my stepbrother, but he's my brother. There's no difference between him and any of my other brothers, as far as I'm concerned. He's my brother, by blood. Yeah, he's got a different mother. And lucky for him. So, it's... What am I trying to say? Yeah, so I went back and lived there again, where she was. So I moved to my dad's twice, I think, trying to move back, just to get away from my stepmum's mother, because it was hard going. And then, but then it wasn't the same anymore. It was just, you know, it's like it's like between what I wanted and what I needed. I needed my own space, but I also needed to be with my mum. Because, you know, I was 15, I was still a teenager, still at school, or just left school, but still had to go back and do exams and stuff. So I hadn't officially finished with school yet. That didn't happen till, I think, July, and then I turned 16 at the end of August. And then in the March, I moved out. They basically moved away. So my little brother and my mum moved away. She moved to be with some bloke that she'd met. And her mum also moved to the same area to, I don't know, she swapped council flats or something like that. And yeah, there's more to it, but yeah, that's basically what happened. And I moved into the flat above the chip shop. They bought a house. The owners of the chip shop bought a house, and they were living above the chip shop before that, and everything kind of worked, coincided with each other. It seemed like a good thing at the time, you know, but it wasn't. What I needed was, at that age, was not to live on my own in a flat above a chip shop that I couldn't afford to pay the rent from. I needed something different. I don't know what. I think if my granddad hadn't been around then, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, he passed away in 91. 91. So I think if my nan had been living on her own, my nan would have insisted on me moving in with her, which would have been a lot better for me, because no matter what happened, I couldn't fall out on my nan. I like to think so. But that would have been... But then my dad would have had me live with him, because he did say that when I was in the chip shop, above the chip shop. He said, you got to come live with me, because I wasn't living properly and I wasn't, looking after myself, and I didn't want to. But then I got into an argument with my boss over something, and he got aggressive with me, and basically I walked out, and I felt I was given a month to get out of the flat, because I left the job. So I did move in with my dad eventually. Then I got a job in the co-op. So the next place I lived in was with my dad. So I lived there 3 times. He lived in a really nice little house. He didn't want to be there, because he'd spent so much of his time, work, effort, money in rebuilding the house that we were living in before. And then, had to sell it, and he bought this two-bedroom house. I think it was a new build, actually, on an estate, and I liked it. It would do me fine. Like now, it'd be a great place to live for me. Little garden, He had a study, like a little conservatory bit, a kitchen, which was a decent size, living room, which was an okay size. Not for a family, not for a big group of people, but definitely for a couple could live there, I think, quite comfortably. So that I could have liked, I would have liked to have lived there, somewhere like that. And then I lived there, and then I moved out. I wasn't there long because I started working in April at the co-op. So I was probably only living in his house for maybe 3 months. And I moved out to a room in a flat above the co-op. And it's really weird because I'd gone from living in one place above work to another place above work. And I was still late for work, which was weird. So I'd get to work earlier when I had to travel by bike than when I actually just walked down the stairs. But I did like I liked living there, actually. I liked living above the shop. I had a bit more freedom. Because when I was living at my dad's, it was limited freedom, as in I didn't feel that I could just take someone home. Not that I had the opportunity, but if the opportunity came up, which it did when I was living above the chip shop. So I had one girlfriend came up and spent some time with me in a flat. The most people that spent time with me was my friend. I had a couple of friends, 3 friends over that period that used to kind of come up because they were still living at home. So it's probably quite nice for them to be able to go somewhere, somewhere where there's no adults around and stuff. But yeah, I'm just thinking of the friend. I had Neil. I had another friend who we kind of fell out because we got into a fight. Or he got into a fight with me. Then there was another one who we were friends, and I tried to, because he was in a very similar situation to me. He was in a year above me at school. Never friends with him at school. In fact, I didn't like him. But once he left school, and I left school, well, he left a year before me, and we kind of hooked up. That sounds not hooked up, but I was in a public place, wasn't I? I was in a chip shop. People got to know me. People that, I was just like publicly there. There was glass windows all the way around the chip shop, so people could see me. Thousands of people would see me every day, probably. So I don't know how I became friends with him. But it got to the point where I asked my landlord, the chip shop man, if he could move in. Because we got on so well, because he didn't have anywhere to live, you see. And my landlord said no. But then my friend ended up getting his own flat, council flat, within about a year of that. And he also got a job as a postman. And he almost had the idyllic lifestyle that I wanted. And that does include being a postman as well. Because I think you had to be 18 before you could even apply to be a postman or woman. And pass a test. I think it's numeracy. I'm not sure exactly. I might have actually applied. I don't remember. But that would have been perfect for me because it was a little town. I knew where every road was pretty much because I'd done numerous paper rounds from the age of 11 to the age of like 15. So I knew my way around that town as well as riding around on my bike. There was nowhere I didn't know, nowhere I hadn't been. So being a postman would have been... I keep saying postman, and I realise there's not only men, but I would have been a postman, because I was technically a man. And also, if you can get the stats of how many females delivered the post in 1987, okay, come back to me and then we can have an argument about it, because that's what it used to be called, a postman. Now, I'm pretty sure there were some females posting. The dog started barking. My postman is a woman, and but back then, it's just like some people argue, about garbage men or the bin men. Women do it too. I've no doubt. But find me one. Just come on. Let's see how many we can find in the country. I mean, I've travelled around, I've been around, and I think I might have seen one female doing that job in my whole life. And I don't think it's because they can't. It's not because they can't or they're not allowed to. It's just, it's a choice, isn't it? People choose what they do. And I've done that job. I used to work on an agency, and we used to get all kinds of stuff. And I was a road sweeper. So basically the dust lorry was ahead of me, and I was sweeping. And every now and then just collect. And they'd collect all the bins from the roadside and that. And I remember I was doing this, and there's all these... It was in the East End, but there was a lot of people on their way to work. And I was embarrassed. I don't feel proud of it, but I was embarrassed because I was, 25, 26, 27, something like that. And it just didn't feel right for me. And I think it's because of what I was wearing. I was very grotty and I stunk. The dog's barking, but it hasn't barked much today, to be fair, which is quite good. Normally it's been constant. But they're basically having a conversation between each other, the witch's dog and the one further up. I mean, the other day, wow, there's about 6 dogs all barking, all at the same time, including Vinny. And it just got ridiculous. It's like, this is silly. You shut one up and then the other start, and it starts again, and just... But I think I'd have been quite cool when I was younger, doing a job. Dustman, potato seller. Because I liked the potato man. He wasn't made of potatoes. He delivered the potatoes to the tip shop. And he was amazed at my strength. Not that I was strong, but because I was... that I wasn't weak. Does that make sense? Because I weighed about 8.5 stone. And he was delivering bags of potatoes. That's what he was doing. And they were heavy. And he would literally chuck them at me as hard as he could, trying to knock me over. And he couldn't. And I could carry as much as he could. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds, yeah, it's probably not true at all. I could carry one bag of potatoes on each shoulder, which meant I was probably carrying more weight than I was. And it's just one of those things. It's like, it's part of the job. So I was carrying the tubs, these metal tubs full of oil. Heavy, proper heavy. And you got to lift them. I remember my boss, right, because I was 15 when I started. And because I was so little, I was about 5'8", but I was, like I said, about 8.5 stone. So there was like zero fat on me at all. Zero. And he was making fun of me and assuming, because I used to wear baggy clothes, assuming that I had no muscles because I was so small. So one day I took my top off. And I remember him saying, like, there's customers, can you put it back on? No, he couldn't believe, because I actually showed him that I did have biceps, and I did have a muscular body, and I had I don't know, probably, they didn't call it a six-pack back then, but I had like stomach, abdominal muscles and all that stuff. And he was surprised. But then if you look at boxers, like the really small boxers, if you didn't know that they were tiny, you wouldn't, would you? If you see them on TV, if you take away the fact that some of them are kind of below the top ring, you know, wire around the ring, you can kind of see from size-wise, you know, kind of what's, you know. But if you put them next to each other in a room against a wall, you wouldn't know that they were little. They just look like big, strong men. And then you get a normal sized person to walk in who's maybe 3 foot taller, and you realise that some of these are only like 5'4", 5'6". They're 5'4", some of them, 5'2", but they're muscles, solid muscle. They're like little mini Mike Tyson kind of. Just because they're little, that's what I'm just saying, just because they're little don't mean they can't have muscles. And I was one of them. Plus I did karate, and I was going to the gym, and someone said, what's my most embarrassing moment? Actually asked me that the other day. One of my embarrassing moments when I was on I had this full-length mirror that was the other side of the room, basically opposite the doorway of my room. And I was standing on the balcony outside my room, flexing my muscles, doing bodybuilding poses. And then I heard, after doing that for about 10 minutes, I heard a lot of laughter from my older brother. He'd been watching me, and he found it hilarious. And I was embarrassed. Oh, now all my different embarrassments coming up now. I'm thinking of things that I could have said on Friday. Q&A Friday. Never mind. So the next place I went to was my dad's. Then I moved to the one above the co-op shop. That was just a room, had a TV, beds. Wasn't big, wasn't tiny, it was okay. Nice sized room, did me okay. I could have, and I also had my freedom as well, so I could have, if I'd had a girlfriend, she could have come round and stayed, but I didn't, so that didn't happen. And then I moved from there to a room. I remember it, because I remember I was using talcum powder back then, and the room was so small that the talcum powder just stayed in the room, and I was like coughing constantly. That buzz is gone. There's been a buzz for like 3 days solid. How strange. You don't think it was my ears, do you? I might have been hearing something that wasn't there. Wow, I've been hearing a buzzing, but only when I'm in here, so it's not happening anywhere else. There's no reason for my ears to behave differently when I'm at home. It's like, oh, we'll just relax when we're out. No, relax when I'm inside. It sounded like someone had like an extractor fan on somewhere in the building. Or as you sound, it sounds like there's something in my flat, but I can't find out where it is. It's gone. It's just stopped. I might phone my neighbour just to find out if it was them or not. It's either that or it was my ear, or it is something in this flat. Because it's weird, this morning, all the lights went out. The flick switch, whatever you call it, the electricity flipped shut off, but my light over there, the little light which is connected to a plug socket, didn't go out. And I was in the middle of doing a recording. Well, actually, I'd only just started doing the first recording of the day, so I waited till I'd finished that. Then I went and looked to see if the lights were off in the other rooms or whether it's just a light bulb. So all the lights were off in the other room. All the electrical equipment was off in the kitchen. You know, the freezer, fridge, the other freezer, the washing machine, the boiler. So I thought, ooh. And then I went into the storage room, and luckily there's a light in there that works separate, which is good. It means I can like find my way around to the electrical unit, whatever it is, you know, the thing where you've got all the switches. And that's when I realised that it's been changed from the last time time this happened. Because originally I thought maybe it's just a power cut. Maybe it was a power cut that did it, but I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what switches were what. Because the switch that used to be it used to be like a push-up one, and you could feel the pressure as you pushed it up and everything come back on. That wasn't doing it. That was loose, and it wasn't even the right one. So what I did, and this is something you might do in the future if you need it, is I took a photograph with my phone of the entire switchboard, you know, with all the switches and everything. And then I went to the app ChatGPT, I uploaded the picture, and I just put the word help. And it told me what was going on. It said it switched off. You need to turn these two on. And I did it, and it was done instantly. Now, when I first went in there and I was looking at these switches, and I tried a couple of switches and it didn't work, my relaxation level was moving in the wrong direction. I'll be honest with you. And all it took was just to go on ChatGPT app, upload the picture, and it told me what to do. So easily, so quickly, and I'm grateful for that, because it wasn't the best start to the day. If I'm, I don't want to say the word honest again, but because I don't like to be honest if at all possible. But it was definitely a weird start. So then I moved. So I lived there. There was 3 women living there with me, maybe 4. There was the landlady. There was this lady that I was quite attracted to. I say lady, they're all young. They're all kind of, what was I? At this point I was 18. So they were all kind of probably 18, 19, 20, ish, apart from the landlady who was 105, I think. And they were friendly to me, but I wasn't very friendly because again, moody. Blimey. See, I had the moodiness of being a teenager plus bipolar. It's a mixture. It's one heck and a personality disorder. I didn't know where I was. I was just all over the place. Like really, really all over the place. I was hard work to be around sometimes. And it must have been very difficult for my boss at the chip shop to put up with me. I hadn't really thought about it like that before. So although technically you could say, well, they took advantage having chip shop, having a YTS person, because it's not the same as learning a trade and all that stuff. But at the same time, apart from when we fell out, we got on really well. I was there for 2 years. His family were kind to me. I got on really well with him, actually. So he cared about me. I mean, I probably was very hard to put up with, but he put up with me. He told me off. But he was also, I think, looking out for me as well. So, and if I'd have said to him, I need food, if I'd have told him how I was struggling, I'm sure he would have helped me more. He just didn't know because I didn't say anything. If I'd have said to my dad, if I'd have told people I needed help, I'd have got help. Because I was still a teenager still. You know, my nan would have helped me, my granddad, my dad, possibly even my stepmom might have helped me. I don't know, but she'd moved away. But you know what I mean? There was help was there. I just didn't know and I didn't realise, and I felt I had to be self-sufficient. But really, it's like he's looking around. Oh, I'll have that bone. No, don't have that bone because that's easy to access. No, not that one because that's near me. No, that one is it's half under the settee, which means I'm going to have to scratch to get it out. Yeah, that'll be the one. Plus it's much more louder when I crack into it with my teeth. Brilliant. Cheers, Vinny. So, where were I tell you, I think there was 4 females living in this house. 3 young women and 1, the landlady. And to this day, I don't know why I moved out. Something happened that I wasn't happy with, and I moved out. But I don't know why, and I wish I hadn't, because the next place I moved into was not so very good. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh no, yeah. That's right. I was getting confused. Now I'm back. So yeah, to this place, I remember they was all watching Hale and Pace. Hale and Pace were the comedy duo, and we were. Maybe I didn't even have my own TV, which would be weird, but it's possible. I used to do a lot of overtime because I was working in at that point I was working in a meter factory, like making meters. I was packing the meters. So things were going okay. It was the first time in my life that I had any like real proper money, you know, like a proper wage, because apart from when I first left school, because I was getting £60 a week when I first left school, and then it went down to £26 a week. So £60 a week, I was rich. At 15 was £60 cash in my pocket. No rent to pay, no food to buy. Rich, rich, rich I was. Yeah, only lasted for a couple of months, but still, that was the richest I ever felt. Because the paper rounds, I couldn't have been making more than about, with all of them, about £15 a week, if that. Probably less. So, yeah, because I think I used to get 75 pence an hour when I worked in the bakery, and I'd work during the summer holidays. I'd work every day. Maybe not 7 days, because they're open 7 days, but I'd probably be there like at least 5 or 6 days a week. Maybe 7 days, I don't know. And I'd start at 6, finish at 12. What's that? 6 hours times by 75 pence. I'm going to work this out. It's important. I don't know why. It's important to me to work it out. I need to know. I've never been more excited in my life to find out the... Okay, right. Here we go. Calculator. If I just AC. So, 0.75. Right. Why is it making a noise when I do that? 0.75 times by 6 equals... That's not bad, is it? £4.50 a day. That's what I was getting. Wow. So £4.50 a day times by, let's say, 5 days a week. So I was making £22.50 during the summer holidays. So 0.75 times by 6 equals times by 2 plus 0.75, because on a Sunday, so during the week, Saturday and Sunday, I do 6 hours on a Saturday, so 6 till 12, and on a Sunday it was 5 till 12. So I'd be getting £9.75 a week from that. And I do believe I also had an evening paper round, which is probably another £5 a week, maybe £4 or £5 a week. So, but I didn't save anything up. I quite liked that job in the bakery. I think I liked the quietness of doing a paper round, especially when I walked. I mean, on a bicycle, it's a little bit more hectic because, you know, you're on the roads and everything. You've got to be a bit more aware. But when I was walking to do my paper round, I'd switch off and just sing or just think about things, you know, ponder about life. And there was a time that I had an evening paper round. I had a morning paper round. Yeah, morning paper round, evening paper round. And then I had a monthly, like a leaflet thing. It was like a town crier. So I had a monthly round there. And I had a fortnightly leaflet where I'd deliver thousands every fortnight at the weekends. So, yeah, I used to do quite a lot of jobs at that time. I think I prefer the evening paper round to the morning one, because that was literally just straight after school. No having to get up extra early in the morning. And And it was something I used to quite like to see the... This is going to be a bit weird, but you know, sometimes I see a stain on the floor, maybe a bit of dog poo or something, and I'd watch it over weeks and months, just seeing what was going to happen to it. I mean, I could have just picked it up and put it in the bin. I mean, I didn't have poo bags back then, but you know, it's just... Or maybe some kids had been drawing some not crayons, like chalk things on the floor in the summer to play hopscotch or whatever you call it, and then just watching that fade away over the weeks with the rain and stuff. And I think, like, okay, what's this going to be like by Christmas? What's this going to be like by April? I used to think about things like that. I used to enjoy spending time on my own. I did. I used to like it. It's very... And it was good because I was earning money doing it. I mean, admittedly, I was probably earning about 10 pence an hour because I take so long doing it, but... You know, I'd normally be home by 7. I start the paper around about 4. No, I'd be home by 6. 6:30. It depends how slow I was. But yeah, that was... So yeah, there was one point, yeah, we were in the house and we were watching Hale and Pace, and it was funny. It was a funny bit in there. Well, it was a comedy show, but there was a bit that we all were laughing at. And my landlady turned at me and said, "You know what? You should smile more often. You're very handsome when you smile." Maybe that's why I moved out. Yeah. Because I don't know if there was a lock on my door. I think I got scared. No. I don't know if something happened or... I don't remember, but I moved out anyway. I moved to this new house. Ironically, well, it's a new room. The landlady for that place was my former boss at the co-op, and we did not get on at the co-op at all. But she seemed happy enough to rent me the room, and we did get on outside of work. And that was a very small room. I don't think it'd even be allowed to be rented now. That was definitely a box room, too small to rent. It was just about enough room for a single bed. And so I was there for probably only a couple of months, maybe 3 months. And I got a job I left my other job and got a job in a pub. Everything went the wrong direction for that. There's a lot happened there, so that wasn't great. I had to get out of there, and luckily my dad let me move back into his. Now, I was going to say he probably wouldn't have let me had I not found another job. But had I actually been honest with him, told him exactly what happened, not only would he have let me move in there, but I think he would have wanted to get involved with what happened. So I didn't tell him. I was a little bit embarrassed, to be honest. But it was... yeah, it wasn't great. But anyway, I moved back with my dad. Started this new job. Ironically, I didn't know it was at the same firm that my dad worked. He just worked at a different part of it. He was an electrician. I was in the office it was a haulage firm. I was in the office. He was the electrician for the tank, like for the whole kind of area. I was just in the office taking care of the aspects to do with the lorries, the haulage part. So that was weird, having everyone know my dad and making fun of my dad to my face. The lorry drivers thinking it was funny. Yeah, so that was difficult. So, but we're focusing on the rooms, aren't we? So anyway, so what I did, I worked there for a little while, and then I left. And I went back to... Yeah, I went back to my... the meter place that I used to work. Now, I don't know if I did anything wrong or whatever, but my dad asked me to move out. So I moved out. So I moved out shortly after I got that job. And I went and lived with my friend's mum, who I met at the co-op. So I lived there for a little while. This was 1989. Again, just a room with a bed. I did have a TV, so I don't know if it was her TV or my TV, but I definitely did have a video player as well, or video recorder, video player, because I remember I watched Eddie Murphy's Delirious for the first time when I was there, and I remember my landlady moaning because I was having a bath before going to work. But I was doing shifts, so one week I'd be doing 6 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, and the following week 2 in the afternoon till 10 at night. And she didn't like me having a bath in the morning before going to work, which is something I'd always done, or a bath or a shower. I don't know if it's because she didn't have a shower. That might have been the reason I was having baths. But I moved out of there to move to Spain. This was early summer 1989, and came back after half a day. I think I was in Spain for about 3.5 hours. Came back, and I came back to, where I was living. I said, and she said, "You moved out?" I said, "Yeah, but it was only like a few hours ago." And she didn't want me back. She didn't want me moving. Honestly, she didn't want me moving back. She let me stay there for a night and said, "You got to be out tomorrow." Which is a little bit cold, I think, but she got it in her head that I was some kind of mule for illegal substances because I went over there and were back straight away. And it wasn't that. It was just because I got ripped off by a taxi driver and all my money was gone. I only just had enough to pay for to get the flight changed, and luckily to get home. But 2 days later I got paid for the previous month for the work, which I'd left. I'd also left them as well. Didn't tell them. So I used to do things off the cuff sometimes, just without thinking. Sometimes, all the time, quite a lot of the time. So financially I was okay. I had like probably £500 in the bank. So I found somewhere. Where did I find to live after there? Oh yeah, I had a friend. I stayed with a friend. So that was okay. Well, I stayed, in this room. No, it's a flat. So basically, because I wasn't working, the money went pretty quick anyway, because I didn't have any income. So I was okay for the first month. But then I was looking after this kid, took the kid to school every day, but the parents were doing night shift. That's where I met them, at the place I used to work. And they'd come home in the morning at 6:30. They'd get the kid ready for school. and then I'd take the kid to school, and they'd be in bed all day, and then they'd get up in the afternoon, and I'd basically, they'd put the kid to bed before they went to work. Then I would sleep downstairs in the living room like I was before when I was 15. And that happened until probably summer holidays. So that would probably maybe 3 months. So what I did is I managed to get a part-time job cleaning the supermarket, because I had no money coming in. They didn't give me any money. They were supposed to, but they didn't. They got hardly any food in. They basically just didn't. They were busy doing their own thing. So I started staying out more and more. Sort of once the summer started, I don't know if they figured, I think they kind of wanted me out because they didn't need me there anymore. And I didn't want to be there anymore either. So I stayed at a couple of friends' places, and then they decided to go away on holiday, and they didn't want me to stay in their flat. So they gave me a lift to Dover, because I was going to go and visit my mum, even though she hadn't seen me for years. But I didn't know what to do, because I had no money, nothing. So I thought, oh, maybe I can visit her, and they lent me a tent so I could sleep in a field or something. So we picked a hitchhiker up on the way. I ended up going to France with this hitchhiker. And when I came back, what the heck? There's a missing bit here. I'm not sure where I stayed after this point. Yeah, I might have gone back to the place where I was staying for a little while, and then I think the kid ended up, I think they moved away, and so I found myself a job in canvassing, double glazing, knocking on people's doors. So I found somewhere to live. It was okay, actually. It was a big house. And again, a weird thing, because I bumped into some of my regular customers at the pub that I used to work at. And apparently, we just chatting, and told me what the manager's been talking about me and stuff like that, telling lies or whatever. But apparently, sometimes I turn up to a shift wearing clothes. I said, don't you believe him? Anyway, they'd always sit in the same place, and they were annoying. But actually, outside of work, they were okay. I never met them outside of work. And I told one of them what was going on and everything, and he said, well, you can move in with me. I said, what? He said, yeah, I'm living in a place, so I'll take you around there. I think it was a landlord actually said it. He said, because he was a builder and he employed 2 people that lived with him. He had like 2 kids, he had a wife, he had a daughter as well, like 2 little girls, had a daughter, she was about 17, 16, and 2 other adults. So as you can imagine, it's a big old place right near the seafront, and I had a room right at the top as well. It was a nice room, didn't have a TV. I mean, at the time I owned nothing, I just had a bag with some stuff in. But I didn't want a TV. Weirdly enough, I spent that entire summer without a television. But I did listen to music. Listen to, because there was a record player in there, and there was a few albums, and I listened to them. And that was pretty cool. But I spent that summer knocking on people's doors, trying to sell the idea of double glazing, get appointments and stuff. And it was the best summer of my life up to that point. okay, not my life, but it was since I'd left school, it was the best summer. I had money. I was fairly happy where I was living. I had a girlfriend. That wasn't really going anywhere, but, you know, I got on really well with the girl that lived there. That's how I met my girlfriend, because that was her best friend. But I really liked her as well, but just liked to chat to her and stuff, because she was slightly younger than me. I was 18, she was probably maybe 16, 17, something like that. And yeah, and then, so I lived there for a bit. Yeah, that was a good summer. And I used to eat in a cafe. So I'd go into this cafe probably twice a day and eat in there, because I could afford to eat out. So I was getting like cooked meals. And it was like a new cafe, and the bloke that was in there, I think he used to be a taxi driver, or he went back to being a taxi driver, or he was also a taxi driver at the same time as running the business. But I know I was friends with him, because I was going in there every day, so we kind of became friends, and during that period. Bearing in mind I left to move to London for good in 1991, so I didn't see anyone ever again after that, generally. But that was a good period, because, you know, I was doing really well at the job. I was earning lots of bonus. The rent wasn't expensive. You know, everything was going quite well. It didn't last long, because I moved out of there and I moved into a friend's place. It was a room, had two beds in it. It was above a cafe, and he worked, and another person I didn't get on with when I worked with him, but outside of work we became best friends. So I ended up, and I was spending a lot of time with him anyway. Basically, during that summer, we'd go and just hang out, have a few drinks, and just hang out with each other. Just got on really well. So in the end, I felt I had to get out of where I was living, so I moved in with him for a little while. And then, because he had one bed, I had the other bed, and then we moved out of there and rented somewhere else. I don't know if there was a fire or something, I don't know. But we rented somewhere else, and it was basically a living room and a bedroom upstairs. I lived in the bedroom, he lived in the living room. So he had, that was his bedroom. But there was also a sofa and stuff in there. And we used the kitchen. And I don't remember there being anybody else living there. And it wasn't far from where my nan lived. And again, I was still working, doing the canvassing, because that carried on. Ooh, all the way through the summer. But then, after the summer finished, in autumn time, the company decided that they were going to get rid of canvassers and try advertising, like on the radio instead, which I thought was a little bit rude. But hey, you can't do anything about that. So I did try and put together my own canvassing team, and I did some canvassing basically, and I did some research, went around, spoke to some double glazing companies, and I found a company that was willing to basically guarantee me, they did a contract and everything, that they would pay me a certain amount of money if I could get a certain amount of leads per week. So I was going to employ the two people that I already worked with that we lost their jobs. and get a driver, to drive us around. One of the people who I worked with didn't want to work anymore, and the person who was going to drive me around let me down. So it all just crumbled before it even got started. So then I moved to London. The room I stayed in there was an okay room, actually, because I could sit on the windowsill and read. It wasn't a big room, but it wasn't tiny either. Had a bed, wardrobe. Wasn't enough room for a desk, I don't think, but there was a chair, and yeah, I lived there for probably about 4 or 5 months, and then I moved back to my dad's because the canvassing came back. So the original, my boss who employed us, me and the other 2 people, the year before, decided to start again, and he found 3 more companies, but not the company that were originally. He found others. So unless he did, I think it was, unless they came back to him, I don't know. So basically, my friend said, you just need to phone him. So I phoned him up. He said, yeah, when can you start? So I said, well, I'll have to find out if my dad will put me up, because I didn't have any money really to sort of put down a deposit. I phoned my dad. He said, yeah, come up when you want. So I moved up to my dad's. This was 1990. Probably about April time, March, April, and I started working in the canvassing, like pretty much the day after I moved back. So I must have moved back on the Saturday, started working on a Monday, and things had changed quite a bit at that point. My dad wasn't really there much. He spent a lot of time at his then girlfriend's. So it's a lot more relaxed, and I was probably easier to live with when you're not with me. I'm easier to be with when you're not with me. Yeah. And then I got a job I think I was earning about 120 a week at that point, plus bonuses, which was like £20 a week more than I was earning in London. And I had no rent to pay. I don't know, my dad just didn't want any rent. And I was also getting bonuses. So I was getting probably about 180 a week, possibly, with bonuses, 150 to 180. And then I decided that I need to start looking at like a proper job, because I wanted to get some money together. And I knew how easily the canvassing job could come to an end, because it had already done so, hadn't it, in the past. So I applied again to work at the meter factory, the electric meter factory that I'd worked in 2 times before, thinking they ain't going to take me back. No way in the world they're going to take me back. Well, I applied for a night shift job, and the interviewer was asking me, like, what happened last time, or the last 2 times. The reason I got back the second time is because I was friends with one of the people that was supervisors, who I made friends with while I was working there the first time. And I also I think I was living with his family as well. They were renting the same rooms from the house that I was living in, so I knew him quite well, and he was a really good bloke. Well, at this time, I wanted to do night shift, and I told the lady who was interviewing me the story about me going to Spain, and she couldn't stop laughing. Maybe the idea of moving to Spain and then coming back, actually giving up my job, giving up where I lived everything to move to Spain to live and work and to come back after one taxi ride. She found that hilarious, and I think that kind of paved the way. And she didn't say, like, you got the job. She just said, okay, we'll let you know. And I honestly didn't expect anything from it, because in reality I didn't really deserve it, did I? I'd already worked there twice, quit twice, didn't tell them, give no notice twice. But a good worker when I was there, to be fair. I was quite a good worker. Always did overtime if they asked. Well, anytime they said, yeah, you can start. When can you start? And that's another thing. They said in the interview, when can you start? Because they get a lot of answers. People say, well, I've got to give 4 weeks notice or a month's notice or 2 weeks notice. I said I can start straight away, which I think she found appealing, because there was no waiting around, you know. So I said I could start straight away. I could start Monday if you want. Start tomorrow. And she said, don't worry, I've got to start tomorrow. And yeah, I started on a Monday. That bit's partially made up because it might not be true. I'm just filling in the gaps, you know. So I lived there. I didn't live there. I worked there. Stayed at my dad's. Eventually, I gave up the canvassing because it was too much. Doing 2 jobs at the same time, I found it a bit exhausting. And then I moved. My dad moved into another house, which he's still living now. So I moved there. So he was there for maybe a month or 2, and then I moved out. And I had this place which was it used to be a holiday place, like a holiday, because it was a holiday town kind of in the past. Vinny's on the table now looking for something to scavenge. So then, so I lived there. I liked that because it was a kitchen, bathroom, studio place, bed, there was a settee, there was a TV, big TV. Everything I needed, perfect. I liked it. It was near the beach. Basically, just walk up to the end of the road and just walk down the hill, and you're at the beach. So, and it was near where my dad lived as well, so it wasn't far away from anything. It wasn't really near where I worked. So, I was living there for a while. My shift changes, and they say, oh, you're going to be going on to day shift, you know, alternate shifts, like the one that I didn't like. Morning 1 week, afternoon the next. And I said, but I don't want to. They said, well, you have to. I said, but I like nights, which I did. I loved doing nights. And they said, well, we're making people redundant, so we're having to change things around. I assumed from that I was going to be made redundant, because, you know, quite often it's like first in, first out. No, last in, first out, rather. But apparently that wasn't the case. I found that later, because I was actually, because I left, I couldn't go in there anymore. Once they put me on a different shift, couldn't face going in there. So I left my studio apartment, moved into a room, which was actually in the same road as where I grew up when I was like from the ages of 9 to 15, just up the road. And I had the hottest room in the world. It was during the winter, and I had the window open, and it was always warm, which is good. So I had a bed. I don't know if I had a telly. Really, I don't know. I had a couple of alcoholics living next to me, but I got on really well with them. They'd be playing music really loudly. I had to keep turn the music down, please, please. But I did get on really well with them. They were nice couple. And that's the last place I lived. And I had I basically got by working a couple of part-time cleaning jobs. One on the docks and one in the supermarket. Early morning in the supermarket and in the evening at the docks offices. And then come January, I moved to London. I sold all my belongings, which at the time consisted of really just albums, comedy albums, that I'd collected whilst I was doing night shift. Instead of saving my money like I was kind of intending to do, thinking I want to move to London to do comedy, I spent all my money on comedy albums. And so I had a lot of them, and videotapes, stand-up videos and stuff. So what I did in order to raise money to move to London to do comedy is I sold all of my comedy stuff for £250 to a policeman who used to do comedy at charity balls and stuff like that. He was actually a friend of my dad. So I got 250 quid, and with that money, and with any little bit of money I could get together, I moved to London. I put a deposit down on a room, £40 for a room, and it was in Stratford, up the road from where I had lived. Actually, I've forgotten a place I lived. I lived briefly when I was in London the first time, I lived briefly in a big tower block with my friend. I liked it there, but unfortunately he left us, so I moved out very quickly after that. Jim, his name was, a really nice bloke. Apparently his twin brother, or his brother that looked exactly like him, came over, met Jim's girlfriend, and they ended up getting together. And I don't know if they got married, but because I was friends with her for years afterwards, because she worked in a laundrette. She was really short, Irish, but really short. Now, both of those are not relevant, but just one of the shortest people I've ever met. Outside of, well, just very short. But at the same time, I had a huge amount of respect for her because she washed my underpants every week. So as far as I'm concerned, she could have anything she wanted. She could be as tiny as she could be as short as she wanted to be. Not that, I know it doesn't work like that. So, that's a weird thing to say. So yeah, so I moved back to Stratford. I had this room at the top of the stairs. It was proper skanky. It was really grim. And we lived behind an old graveyard, like a probably 18th century, 17th century graveyard. Really old. Derelict, closed. There was a newer graveyard that still had people from like 300 years ago in there. So I don't know how old, didn't have access to it, how old that one was, the other one. So it's quiet neighbours generally. And most of the time. And I lived there. I had a bathroom heater on the wall, no central heating. That eventually just blew up. I had a bed and a desk and a chair, which was good because I did do a lot of writing and stuff. And I had my TV, I had a black and white TV. And I lived there for 4 years. So I was there till 94. So 91, 92, 93, 90. Okay, not completely 4 years, but 3.5 years, 4 years-ish. And then I moved out of there. That was a bit, the kitchen, everything was just, it needed redoing. It was very derelict, very old, and it wasn't a nice house really, but the thing I liked about it is it was quiet. There was no neighbours, although there was a room next to me that had 2 people living in it. One person lived there for a short while, and then she kicked him out. And then another person moved in, and that's when I moved out, because he was trying to cause trouble for me. I don't know what it was. I think he was trying to get into her will, actually. But Bernard, his name was. So I moved out of there, moved in with my friend, who I think Andre was living there. Not the ferret, but the original Andre. He was there, I think. Anyway, was he? Yeah. Or maybe he wasn't. I don't know. No, he wasn't. Andre was living with... Yeah, it's a different place. So, anyway. So, it's basically my friend and Andre's sister. I moved in there. That was a sublet. So, I was at work. Andre worked... He wasn't even working there anymore. Or was he? No, he might have been. No, he wasn't. But and my friend whose flat it was, or house I moved into, he worked at the same place as me. So one day he came up to me and said, "Oh, we've got to get out." I said, "Oh?" He said, "That was a weird noise." I said, "Yeah, I know. I am on the toilet." He said, "Oh, true. Fair enough, but we've got to get out." I said, "No, you've got to get out of the toilet. Can you close the door, please?" And he said, "Well, there's no point in having a 2p piece if I can't, open a door of a lavatory." I said, "Yeah, that's not really what they're for, is it?" And then he said, "Oh, I just realised a lot of people now won't even know what a 2p piece is, or what I'm referring to, the fact that, a lot of the lavatories would have like a slit where you could put stuff in and just move. You could like open the door, turn it from like red to white, so you could." I said, "It doesn't matter really. No one's probably listening anyway now." "Why not?" "Well, we're 2 hours in. It's very unlikely that anybody's taking much notice of what I'm saying now." "Okay. So you could basically just do lots of swearing." I said I could, but I'm not going to. What would be the point in that? Don't know, it'd be funny. To who? To me. Flappy ears. So we had to move out of there. I ended up moving into a house with Andre and someone else. I had a room. That was a fairly big room, actually. And what did I lose track of this little period. But then I moved to Butlins. I had shared a room in Butlins with another person. I think I had 3 different roommates during that time. And then I moved back. I moved back to London, but I had nowhere to live. And my cousin put me up. So this was 1996. She put me up in the spare room. It was a small room. I was going to say box room, probably a little, kind of a box room, but her kid used to live in that room. So it was a small room, but it was okay. It's fine. Had bunk beds when I first moved in there. And then she put a proper bed in there. So I lived there until... And that was January 96. I was there till probably about June 96, maybe July, and then I moved out and I went and stayed with my friend again, the one that I was living with, that had the sublet, and yet he'd got another sublet. He loved his sublets. I think he just loved the idea of not having any kind of rights whatsoever, and being off the grid, I think, as well. So I moved in there. The bedroom was alright. It's a 2-bedroom flat, nice flat actually, but it was council. So the person who was renting it shouldn't have been renting it, but I quite liked it. And then that was the first time I actually, because I had a girlfriend at the time, and she would come and stay over. And that was the first time, bearing in mind, I was 26 years old before I actually had a girlfriend stay over. Because all the other places didn't want me having people in. I don't know if you can hear that dog again. Hopefully it's in the background. Hopefully. In the distance. And so yeah, I was there till the summer of 97, and had to get out there because of different circumstances. And luckily the person I was living with before, who put me up, my cousin put me back up again, and I moved back into there until 2001. Then she kicked me out. Had enough of me. She put up with me for quite a while, though, didn't she? She did quite well. And in 2001, I moved into a room temporarily, which was, this is ridiculous. This room was. It was basically two rooms, but with doors separating them, so I could hear everything going on in their room, which meant they could obviously hear everything going in my room. But then I decided to move away from London, and I started living in the YMCA near where my nan lives. Well, they're different, a separate town, but up that area, away from London. I lived in 3 different rooms there. They were studio apartments, and they were basically just, one room, a fairly good sized room, with a bed, single bed, and then a small kitchen and a bathroom, and a little hallway, leading to the door. So you got hanging space and stuff for coats. They were nicely designed places, actually. And I lived in 3 different of the rooms, 3 different ones, until I found one that was quiet, right at the top. And then I moved out of there into another room in 94. No heating. I just needed somewhere that was quiet because it was so noisy where I was. And so I lived there. This was quite a big room. I had a fair selection of books at this point, so they were all on the floor, all piled up. I did buy some bookshelves, and I asked someone that lived there to put them up for me, and which he did, which was cool. I worked in an insurance company just round the corner, so it was quite good for work. And I lived there from 94. I lived there for a year, pretty much. Yeah, I lived there for a year, and then I moved into the Buddhist community, which was, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us living there. And basically just a bunch of Buddhists living together, eating together, and it was probably more of a house share, but it felt more than that, because I'd done house shares before, and it didn't feel like a house share with me. It felt like more than that. So I was there. I had a room, all wooden flooring, wooden everything. So it's very echoey, and that's where I very first started doing my recordings. So I started doing that in 2006. So I moved there 2005, started my recordings in 2006, and my videos, sitting in this, everything was wood. It was just wooden wardrobe, I had lots of bookcases, so it was very, very echoey. And so the first year, I don't remember much of the first year, to be honest. I was working in sales. Was I working in sales? Yeah, I was working in sales. And then I managed to move to doing compliance calls. So I was just listening to phone calls, which was a much better job for me, for my for my stress levels. And I worked there, I lived there in this place. And then I had to leave the job I had because I went part-time. Did I sound like this? I went part-time. And they said to me after about 6 months, you have to go full-time or leave. That's it. I didn't want to go full-time again. And I left and I decided to apply for a university course. And I got on it. So I was going to stay in the community. But things didn't quite work out. There was a bit of stuff went on. So I moved to the town where my university course was. Because I'd already started the course in September. But in November I moved to the town there where my course was. Found some student accommodation, but it wasn't really. It was just a landlady and landlord that rented out to students. You know, it wasn't like living with other students really. So I moved in there, another tiny little room, one single bed, no room for my books. But I lived there all the way through until the beginning of 2011. So all the way through the course, did all that stuff. And 2011, I then moved into town. I found a place. My dad helped me financially to put the deposit, because I was kicked out of this place, and £125 a week it was costing me to rent the new place, and it was an ensuite, so it was a big room, double bed, ensuite. It was £125 a week instead of I think it was £65 a week I was paying for my previous room. And I was self-employed and I wasn't earning much at the time. So it was a struggle, and I was there for a year, got out at the first opportunity because I couldn't afford it. And I managed to find a place that was £65 a week, which was literally the place I got before here. And that was... I was okay with it to start with. It was like a little dungeon. It was like really underground, but it was also really damp, so I didn't know at the time when I moved in. So I was there from 2012 to 2015. So I was there for 3 years, and yeah, blimey, I was there for 3 years. And then I managed to get this place. So that was really long. Not really long, but it was long. A desk in front of the window. And then my bed. And then there was this little kitchenette bit. And then there was these cupboards. And the landlord decided, because I had a kitchenette, it was a flat. But the benefits agency, who I had to sign on because I'd become ill, they said, no, it's not a flat because it doesn't have its own bathroom. Because I shared a bathroom with 2 other people. So I didn't get full benefit, and I had to pay £25 a week towards the rent. And then I got this place in 2015. April, I moved in here. Literally, it was the week after Easter. And this is a 1-bedroom flat. I've had a few adventures along the way, which I've talked about over the last 8 years. I mean, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 8, 9, 10. So really, I'd only been here for 3 years when I first started doing the Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcasts. So you've been with me most of the time. If you listen back to the old recordings. Wow. 8, 9, 10, isn't it? So 15, 16, I started 2018, moved in 2015. So 15, 16, 17, 18. So only 3 years where I hadn't made these recordings, but I was making videos and I was making hypnosis recordings back then, during that period. Wow. So this is the final one out of all the different places. I probably missed out a few accidentally, although I just remembered I did live in a caravan once. Yeah, so there's a few places that I've missed out, but generally I've covered most of them. See, so I stuck to the subject. I'm being a very, very good girl. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. Be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button, In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand, perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply, peaceful. Completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down. Slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper, and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper So very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful. enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest and allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck. Letting go of any tension that may have been there before and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there, because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm. So peaceful, so calm. letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15.
15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 2. 1. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 8. 7. 4. 3. 2. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like Well, you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also in my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sink in deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear, going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? Feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. As we start to focus on your eyes, moving down to your jaw, down to your neck, your shoulders, arms, hands, chest, your stomach, your back, your spine, your hips, your legs, your feet, your toes, and that feeling of healing spreading and growing inside your body, filling you up. Now, let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focusing on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. your ankles, being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. Noticing now your toes on both of your feet, being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck, gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest, because it's all connected. The chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle into your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin gently, softly but firmly, moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot, the top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes, massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own. As you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out, guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. 81. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. Candle 85. 82. 81. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. 65, candle 64, candle 64, candle 63, candle 62, candle 61, candle 60, candle 59, candle 58, candle 57, candle 56, candle 55, candle 54, 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. 32. Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. Candle 35. Candle 33. Candle 31. Candle 30. Candle 29. Candle 28. candle 25. candle 17. Candle 16. Candle 14. Candle 12. Candle 11. Candle 10. Candle 6. Candle 5. Candle 4. Candle 3. Candle 2. Candle 1. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress, from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp, where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment of deep relaxation and calmness, filling your brain with deep concentration concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything, so peaceful and calm, so relaxed. With every second that passes, you feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, open and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel. With very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck, just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists. Perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently, and just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips. And if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and then closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area, chest because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently and slowly, automatically, with each breath you take. As you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly, observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm. I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins. The bones, just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling, maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. the left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips, and also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect relaxation, to fill your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1, and with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small to 7. That feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation. Almost like there's a magnet outside of your head, sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 It's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. 9. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a, I don't know, Batman mask or something. Or, I'm trying to think, Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes, but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out of the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that. I guess it is a command, really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to relax. to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently.